Hello! How's it going, everyone? Hope you're all doing well today. Doing more Ace Attorney, because I can't stop. I'm too invested in the story. I need help. Don't worry, though. I do have other stream plans for the near future. It's gonna be fun and silly. But for now, I must be stopped. I need help being stopped. Okay. Loading up the game. So last time, a lot of plot happened. Kazuma is alive. He's back. Well, he's not. He disappeared again, but he's alive. Which, you know, came out of nowhere. Apparently, Herlock Sholmes is like, "All right, we need to move the body out of the room. I need you sailors to." I forgot exactly why, but Herlock Sholmes was the reason why he kind of disappeared, even though it wasn't intentional. Anyway, we're helping find this lady's husband who went missing. That's currently what's happening. Oh yeah, also, his hair's red at the moment because he was like, it was something silly. It's like redhead society thing. You get paid money to do things. But the people recognized him. They thought he was undercover, so he turned his hair red for nothing. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed? I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishment? Oh. At such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. With extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. Oh, yeah, that was kind of a big plot point last time. There's a mass murderer who was sentenced to hanging there, but his corpse came alive in the graveyard because, you know, he wasn't actually dead. You know, the usual. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Oh boy. So, how'd he disappear then? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. Bonnie, I already explained it. You missed it. There's an ad in the paper for like a redhead society where you get paid money to do things because you have red hair or something. It was intentionally vague, but Herlock Sholmes went to the sign-ups, and then the people were like, "Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you undercover?" He's like, "Yes, I am." So that didn't go over well. Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? It really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night. But this is different! For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that's certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I simply put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You see, you can only put this suite's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Oh yeah, they're behind on rent. That's like a constant thing. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you'd be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Awesome. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. I guess we're helping solve the case, then. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. By that time we successfully located Mr. Vigil, we should be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yeah, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that? Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among her students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned criminals. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder for the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Miss Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? Yeah, being roped into this. It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man's equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you need to ask. I can't possibly be silent with this hair! But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Well. Of course you are. Alright, I guess we're doing his work for him. We better be paid for this as well. We better be paid some amount of money for this. Barclay Prison on the outskirts of London, back here onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. I requested a meeting. We were shown to the governor's office in the Watchtower. Oh my god. Hello? What to start with here? I think the clock is the first thing. That's quite macabre decoration you have here. This place is full of hard criminals. I can remember the last time a civilian was done here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Do you know who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Hmm? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easter, I see. What does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no one of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be so direct, but... No intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Oh, boy. Now get on my hair! So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. It surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. I think so, too. 10 years ago, Genshin Asugi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated in this prison. Then after his execution, apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. But I might have known. You're sniffing about that case, aren't you? Your agents, eh? Well, the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get going, will you? Oh, I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. I'm not gonna get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned it might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Might it be... here? That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello you two. Just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. Where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. Take himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. Said we're suspicious listeners. Well, sure, if I accompanied you, it'd be a very different story. Oh, would you? That'd be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee in a comfortable settee? Now, I've rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that loud, did I? Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. See? See? I'm telling you. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. There we go. Good luck, then. Alright, easy as that. We're back. Just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this, then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly. Him. Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. Jings! You're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think they mentioned that before? I do apologize. Aye, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Don't ever gonna try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Okay, hello? Sure, whatever, man. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you, huh? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Eh? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Oh, clearly I mean something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Alright. You understand that Mr. Vigil's the chief warder here at the prison? Aye, that he was. He's immediately using past tense for him. Immediately using past tense for him, even though we just told him he's missing. Strong sense of responsibility dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. It's a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. Doesn't work here anymore. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Can't have been much less than 10 years ago now. Has he been lying to his wife? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye. As I meant it. You can't have never heard the fellow's name in all that time. That's a boy who's gone missing, though. But Mr. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Counter Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't help wondering, given that was 10 years ago. Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean, he was dismissed? It was at a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye, that's one word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution? It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows, treat and oversee known executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable the last walk he was manning. What'd he do? Sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. Well, why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know can I boot that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? What would that be, eh? The last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, really am. I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. I think that means yes. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Again? I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. My father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinner's. Still in use today. Saint Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Tom and I have used to ride in the carriage together, negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, used to sit here for hours and gabble on book dissection, dissection all sorts. Oh, takes me back. A party to play the cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He's a good fellow, your father. Reliable, dead set on his work. But I'm afraid... I never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asagi, I suppose. Well... I can't tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. No, wouldn't want to throw you away, huh? Oh, sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a souvenir of your visitor prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine. Oh boy. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, return. Do me a favor and never come back here. The case is closed. Gladly. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Let's see. We're back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. So that's what the delicious smell is. Greetings, my dear fellows! Oh my god. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. Turns out it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray, tell me, what of our water friend? Have you got some new information? Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. It's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. Most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important! Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Uh-oh. What's happened? Clearly, a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... he's dead. Oh. What? They just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Oh, God. We just saw him the other day, too. My God. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. Still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. Okay, this took a big turn. So, who did this? You have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They caught the shooter so soon. A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? Who awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Uh-oh, is it someone we know? Gina? It was the Reaper. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. Oh, God. Lord Van Zeeks. Uh-oh. This took so many turns already. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barak Von Zeeks the police have arrested. I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there are witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there are actually multiple witnesses? There at the gunshot, apparently. When our lot got to the scene, there's only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, taking a cab over the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. We gotta help. Detectives lot to appear where some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use did a big detective? I failed to see something like this coming, How can I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson. Mr. Naruto, shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes. We will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you could glean. I'm sure you're intending to do so anyway. Till later then. Oh boy. This is some Phoenix Wright last case stuff right here. Bruno! Susie! I've come to your handsome! It's waiting outside! Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Yes! Oh boy. Okay. Yep. There he is. Oh boy. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Couldn't very well not come. I heard what happened. That you... Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. We are defense lawyers. Inspector Gregson's very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. Why are you just reading at the back of the cell there? That's something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with this information as to share case details of the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never misses his words. They seem to have less bite than usual somehow. My god. Ooh. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? You know the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. That you're found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told there was no one else in the room, that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. There's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work with alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is gonna need a lawyer, though. We're probably the last people he wants defending him. He's gonna be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks. Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Ugh. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. This is different. In my career, of all the defense I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions only asked now. Yeah, all the other lawyers must hate him, actually, yeah. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer wants to touch me at the end of a barge pole. We didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. To let her inform me of safe arrival at home, arranges passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. So is he going to represent himself in court then? So, appears our conversation has run dry. That was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you'd never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please. have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Okay. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Well, I guess let's go there. All right. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. Not many people find their way down this back street. This is a dust-rented old room is where it happened, then. There's a lot of miscellaneous stuff on the floor here. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, the police were already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Or maybe he didn't want to... No, I think this is more important than his hair, actually. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath it all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. Don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone on a house looking for dough and the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his, just scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigate too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime. He'll be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. If this is the fourth case, what the heck is the fifth case gonna be? The last case in this game. This seems like a last case sort of thing, but there's one more chapter after this. Oh boy. Okay, what the heck is this stuff on the floor? What's this? Defend yourself in court again, maybe. It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing it's on the floor here, I think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeeks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. We should record as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It's rather delightful, after all, in a way. You can't have too much evidence. Unless, of course, you can. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece! I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means I have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, doesn't it? And such a flame-colored red, too! The Redhead Society. Uh-oh. What does this have to do with it? Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly! This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it! Was Gregson going undercover? There's the outline. So I suppose that's where the victim... That's right, the rope was laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Oh, so it's a rope outline instead of a chalk outline. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. Probably be under Dr. Sith's scalpel by now. Not for what happened last week. Oh yeah, the coroner was complicit with the crime that happened last case because blackmail. From the shape of the rope, apparently the inspector was curled up in a ball. Red hair wig, yep. Feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Sato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Well, I mean, her father is a forensic scientist and worked in a coroner's office, so I guess she had to have been subjected to a little of that herself. It's presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one we know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire shot! No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. There's something looks off about this. Hold on. Oh no, okay. I thought this part here... I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Okay, is this conversation gonna happen again? I thought that this part that my cursor's on right now, I thought there's like a bullet sticking out of the case, but no, it's just a little thingy. Guess there's not much else to inspect since we don't have it. Look at this wig. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure it's quite how I'd put it. Must have to use lots of bird lime to keep in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? I don't know what that means, Ryunosuke, and I'm afraid to know. Look at this fella. The helmet this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if someone has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting around and around too? For fun? Ah! Well, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny, though. Could be a key for a door. Not that size. So what's it for, I wonder? That's a weird-looking key. Okay, sure. What the heck? So... are both these cases going to come together somehow? Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing. So, too many tears. Oh, no. Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work, then. Now, excuse me. If you look down, that's from the great beyond, Spectre. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Interrupted some deep thoughts there. Are any of these people going to talk to us? Excuse me. Oh, Spectre. Oh, sir. Poor man. We can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. God. So what's on this board here? Looks like some sort of notice board or something. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective can normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here! That's the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room is clearly interested in it for some reason. Uh-oh. That's a photograph stand. I do want to point something out. Oh, it's not actually... Oh, Daily Vigil. I was gonna say, it's like... That could potentially be red hair, but in his person profile, it's not. I thought that'd be a clue or something, but no, it's not actually. Glad I found that out now. It's supposed to be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Quickly! Oh. I don't feel like this woman is familiar somehow. Of course she's familiar. We only met her only this morning. Ah! It's Mrs. Vigil. Uh-oh. This makes no sense. Why'd there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. Empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? Just think of dust, look. I think it'd be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I would like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. What else is there? This seems weird. The top of one of the candles, this candle holder, has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look. I suppose a bullet had hit it. It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle. And first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. But why would... Ah, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. Perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Someone's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? Couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This does at least still let him some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. What else is there in here? The stool, the desk itself, this lamp. Alright, there's Gina here we can talk to. Completely forgot about you, I'm sorry. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know! It's what, half a year since I got out of the clinic? That's why I decided to give up me dive and become a detective instead. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. Turns out, it's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say you managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did. Yep, ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. None else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what's the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. Look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I don't say as much. I take my hat off to that fella. Bear his words. Bet the missing guy killed him. These cases have to be related somehow. How the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, boss, that's exactly why I respected the bloke. I realized Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people who are bad. It kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been invented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? Sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? Yeah, he was a called unidentified person. Haven't been able to get touch of him. I see. Judging from appearances, I would say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck in the investigation. There's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Otto? Well, could it be at this Hugh Boone? Is the fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze! We actually followed a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. We already did. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall. Yeah, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. The gun used there is on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me like that with the big old wide eyes. I'll say what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's some bigwig lawman or whatever said so. Why don't you ask him? The bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside of where the gun shot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Think you might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads of the yard will just want to know what you're stupid for, and you'll be up for grilling and all. So you can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Guess we could try to present this. See if she knows about it. Yeah, I think this is nothing. I've been long enough for the job to get all this deducting business yet. My son be getting a post of what did this to the boss. Okay, I don't think there's there's gotta be something else here. Okay, guess we're done here. Lord Chief Justice time. I still don't trust him. I never trust this guy. Made good time. I think we're supposed to train back to London. Oh, who's this? Here, Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Oh, there he is. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama.
Ah,
Your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson? I believe only in the facts. The facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accuser of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not! It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we'd show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. Does that mean the trial's tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Ryunosuke here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma. As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Oh yeah, Bonnie, so what happened is that he had lost his memory for amnesia and he was working as Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. And I guess he's a prosecutor now. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? What the heck is going on? That's not a conflict of interest. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who skipped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zeeks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. There have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Prosecutor? So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. Imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies company employed by the defense. Devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt all of Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There's surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised that your personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You're quite right, Miss Mikatoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It'd be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. That's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't gonna end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. You know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? A big question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask someone higher up who might know. That's right, Miss Naruhodo. Be direct! Certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. Why do prosecutors need a gun? In that case, it could actually belong to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. Just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that's actually his. Do we have fingerprints of his? No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. Can we just straight up talk to Kazuma? I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Is your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how'd you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? That's the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. They could think of a good reason for him to keep going to London, I guess? Like, they found him because he was like... What's the word? Oh my god. He was stowing away on, like, on a train or something. I don't know. Does seem kind of weird how, like, he just went to London. He had amnesia in Hong Kong, and he went all the way to London. Yeah? Why? Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery. Yep. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
But before we go, Ryunosuke, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you of the ocean in my stead. You carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law or change your own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, I had another purpose for coming here. Oh! He never got to tell us. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is, the trial will be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel. Well, about that. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zeeks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. He's smiling. Oh, this is before his brother died. That's Lord Van Zeeks' Inspector Gregson. A photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It's displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find some straight talk and makes him take a different view. Take it. Oh boy. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours of the prisoner are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Alright. I don't know what's going on anymore. Hey, bestie, we're back. Our friend See's still reading that letter. You've been gone quite some time, though. He was an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Might not be able to read English faster than he can. Well, I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. You were just talking to Lord Strongheart and... the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. Expect nothing less. Though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asugi. Masugi? That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Yep. That struck a nerve. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asugi. Genshin Asugi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? Still understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset. What could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this child to someone like that? Asugi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all is Japanese. I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor what happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. A so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. That was Genshin Asugi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. Seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, prosecute Nasuki's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the Ascribed Prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the Ascribed Prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. Sure must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. To Kazuma Asuki, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge. He intends to take it in court tomorrow. Oh boy. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yeah, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcome an English detective is almost inconceivable. Can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he is considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. Was it for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. My brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have great confidence in the Inspector's abilities, then. It seems more inconceivable that you have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me as only the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Oh, why do you have a picture on his desk of it? What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What's the true nature of their relationship? Your gun. How'd the gun use to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene? Ah yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When'd you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh. It was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You never used it. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make this mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? It's not decisive evidence, clearly. It doesn't look good, that's for sure. Well, it is time to present the big guns. Well, that's probably not the right word for it, actually. The killing blow. Wait, no, that's not good either. To present. Look at this photograph. Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Displayed rather prominently in Gregson's office. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. Had a deep respect for you, you know. Are you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! Now, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. It feels like I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There's a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold reaper of the Bailey. Well... Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. There's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. Simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. Couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here's a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asugi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. Look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. At times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Oh my god, he's turned! Of course I will. It'd be an honor. He's done it. So pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. We did the impossible. Lord Van Zeeks. It must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. That's why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Oh boy! This, yeah. This is a heck of a trial. Trial Part 1. Let's go. There's an old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yeah, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken. This trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. Oh? No jury? A trial without a jury? Oh, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Miss Naruhodo? Not right victory for science, you must agree. It's normal. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What one man's little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I, you, as in London, celebrated great detective, is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagement with a few trivial cases, The Reaper's overbearing presence a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there's at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor that would be. Eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I was trying to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh. Gina. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father! Shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. Decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's hard to have you here. Let's hope there's some fruits to see. Otto. Oh, yes, Gina? How do you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. If it says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. Just a person at the end of the day. If it turns out it was him, we'll kill the boss. God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Did whoever did this for the boss? Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless. There's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel of defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Miss Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, here we go. Only lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. When he lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. One who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, of course to collide headlong in this trial. Time to shine a light on all these dark events. Whatever truth is revealed, I'm gonna have to look it straight in the eye. Oh boy. Here we go, I guess. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Been wishing to see you in court again for so long, feels. I never pictured it happening like this. Never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper the Bailey has been a scourge like no other undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind the scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions for the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How'll that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration education falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. No members of the public are present. May I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
Yeah, members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
There's a judiciary. Oh my, it's a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels of the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma.
Very well, let's commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asagi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Location was a building of flats on Fresno Street in the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rent property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you of the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There are a number of witnesses. Have your plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. Believe that he was shot from the front, at point-blank range, and died instantly.
How's the range been determined?
There are scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. Wait a minute. But the candle also had scorch marks. Huh? Uh-oh. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Weird. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. For not trying to use a gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver is fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabra mounted on the wall. The tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You'll submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. There's precious little furniture inside, and is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he's investigating some case or another. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding a revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand.
Oh boy. This is not a position I thought I'd see him in. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Barak Van Zeeks, Old Bailey Prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asugi's opening précis?
I did.
It's alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
Oh, God. Here we go. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to that dress. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. Spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. A testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. It turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asugi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's gone to Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. What's going on here?
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is painful. This is painful. Why were you investigating Gregson?
Hold it!
You're investigating the inspector? What on earth for?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address in Fresno Street would note the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office.
Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you're investigating the victim, and yet, you refuse to tell the court why. Didn't realize British prosecutors enjoy such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, I never think I could defend this man. Okay.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I alerted the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
At 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It's still been reasonably light outside.
The room has a window, but it's boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it's extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying down on the floor.
There's no artificial light in the room, you say?
Quite sure? I'm quite sure the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
But if this candle was shot at the same time, and the other two candles are lower, that means that these two were burning at the time, though. All three of them would have been burning at the time. This one isn't as short because it got shot. Look, Miss Naruhodo. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. There was an oil lamp on it. I saw the framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
What'd you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. Didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence.
Then it could be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of the question.
Oh.
Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
Ugh. This is going from bad to worse.
Sounds the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearms you somewhat hastily took in your hands? In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Yeah, me too, Ryunosuke.
Can we examine the gun a little more?
Oh yeah, we can examine the barrel. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then. So when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I saw that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number. As far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. It shows us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Yeah, he got his gun 10 years ago when he first became a prosecutor. If we, I've investigated this. Let's take another look at this, if we can. We got the scorch marks, at least.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gia told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. It almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
You're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. Policemen patrolling Fresno Street heard the commotion.
Was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred.
Anyway, the man screamed drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? And what made the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there to that point. And suddenly, there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Oh!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barrick von Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts. What's that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel!
Defendant is lying, you say? His testimony just now. He claims they failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. It's ruined by this candelabrum. Oh, did he notice the same thing I did? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Okay, he did notice it.
Yes, you can see the only candle appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We can reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. Oh god. This theme song. Ugh. Normally this would be Van Zeek's theme because it's Cosmo's theme. No. This is sad. That must be because a particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. The accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. There's a common thread linking all the documents on that board.
Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zeeks. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah! Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one believed that. No, the truth is, you've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel!
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Oh boy.
Order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it's with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asuki's contention that defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies to the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawn his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. It's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence, deemed to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Oh, God. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. You mentioned the previous testimony, too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshots and went right into the room. Gunshot, singular.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Jesus. Oh my god. Hey, I know you! It's Beppo! So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I could give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spit a few words in a verse for them. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your giddle it is. 6 pence the price, not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give the money to him and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Alright, 6 pence it is. God.
You won't regret, sir. Now, got your listening ears on.
Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street had just had twins. Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? What's the spread? I've been up to you in your mouth, of course. Got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence apiece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Oh, man. Yeah, the usual bruise or whatever that's poking up from under your collar.
What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What do you say? You weren't exaggerating if little. They actually sell? Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if you get 100, you can blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pot of 6 pence a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, let you in on a little secret. Get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money, see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. Just something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special! Only 600 pence! 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh! What sort of a bank could it make indeed? And the last witness, what name do you go by, what do you sell? Think of me, think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go about me, they call me the Observator. Get out of it, old man. I will call you sandwich, you know it.
So, you don't actually sell anything?
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning till night, my lord. Always at the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. Unless they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be begging, I thought, just between us. Venus didn't lie low, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw!
What I think is, what we all see is light and shadow, perhaps playing with our eyes, any of it real.
Ah, Beppo.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. We'll describe in detail what you witnessed and heard from the incident.
Oh boy.
You saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went to the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. That's a good way to go to see what happened.
I ran the room, there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared after death, me, so I had to find a copper. Oh boy. These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who'd they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrick von Zeeks. See pictures I've read in the paper, I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like that. Made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room's just one of several flats in the building. Some for another flat could have done it. All those flats in Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. We know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. A close court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow.
Okay.
Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, sorry.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson, defendant Lord Van Zeeks.
I suppose so. Like Celeste don't know the names high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went last, that's sure certain.
Despite Inspector Gregson, they arrived at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before the other gunshot.
They were around 15 minutes before. You sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? That seem likely I'd have forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yes, it really was really red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fire red mop's still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Much listening, chum. Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Just like the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party.
No, hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What? Oh, the wig is his.
So have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene.
Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course. We saw him on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? Still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So why on earth would he have been wearing something like this?
The color does seem to suit the man, or one might say. The photograph we submit as evidence, please, counsel.
Oh boy. What became of the trunk that the redheaded victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared.
What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Oh boy. I think it would be prudent to check some of the evidence now. Some of the new evidence. Anything else we can expect this? No. Expect the new stuff then. Hello? What's this handprint here? Oh, what's this? It's Naruhodo, look! Oh, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. There are details of whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? Paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, the same Redheaded League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There's a red hairpiece of the scene, too. Inspector Gregson, an expo of the Red-Headed League, then? Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. That sounds like a gunshot to me. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. Sound almost exactly like... a gunshot. Ba-ba-da-ba. Okay. Maria Gory. That's an interesting name for coroner. Wait a minute, time of death isn't on here, actually. Doesn't say the time of death at all. There's no time of death on here.
Hold it!
Well, presumably you mean the gunshot. I say these little things, don't I? How'd I know what a gunshot sounds like? I'd always thought it probably sounds a bit... like this, doesn't it? You said that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building? That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, ain't he? That's what the French call a fatal comply. When the Reaper's around, people are going to the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper can allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There'd be no clear motive for the crime. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct?
Hold it!
Someone gossip ran to see what happened. Did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered. See, all the signs are that I can't move very well. You're way behind, presumably. With that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but... is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Miss Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. So now King Henry's Street to the Black Widow's arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Poor Beppo. Times are tough.
Hold it!
Sen, you're the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right? That I was! Kicked the door open like a professional I did. Yelled out, "What's going off here?" What friend Zeke claims he heard was a man's scream, though. Was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There are candles burning on the wall. Really? There's a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got outside. I see. Even the Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I notice is someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Barrack Von Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Ripper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it. I'm no lily-livered coward. So my ground gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Yeah, Beppo?
Excuse me.
What's up, Beppo? Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just two slices, no middle. This is so I don't know what you could want with me. I think I maybe just remembered something. I heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make it a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar. Told you keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor's dead slippery, that's why. Planted my head in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Ugh. What? A pool of blood? Listen here. You're not sprawled on the floor. Still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. Don't you forget it. Just go back a little. Did you see you got blood in your hand? I did. Aye. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. Gonna have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Is that true? On the floor?
Hold it!
Because I don't remember seeing it on the floor. You wiped your hand on the floor? Well, it wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. You might have thought I'd done it. Not I. Didn't think that might be a problem. Does it really matter if I have a few grubby handprints on the floor? I'll get them at the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's a message from all of us. Something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. Didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, though. That's all. Don't come with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet. I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Yup. Excuse me, sir. You did not wipe it on the floor. You wiped it on this board.
Objection.
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room? Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during the investigations. What exactly is defense asserting?
Objection.
If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asagi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah! Oh yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint, the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere. Wait, does he not?
Objection.
The witness very definitively testified they wiped his hand on the floor. And the handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
Now if the board itself had fallen over on the floor, in that case, it's quite possible the witness's handprint would have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room, to the victim in an upright position. Yet it somehow toppling on the floor at the time. It had been a considerable distance from the body. Well, I didn't go at the body. I fell over, I came across the body. So that's basically right next to the corpse, on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definitive contradiction here, which there must be a reason. Take it that you formulate a proper hypothesis, Counsel? Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene? I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint explained by another handprint, the board moving. I don't think he went near the body.
Witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor. No sign of that remains at the scene. Simplest explanation is that the witness is lying.
Objection!
Just because the simplest explanation doesn't make it the correct one. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Posting perjury simply because it suits you. You bring shame on your Japanese heritage. Nope, I guess not. I don't remember fostering that kind of simplistic thinking in you. Since when were you my father? I was always taught to consider all possibilities. Then show me. Should be a bloody handprint on the floor. So where'd it go? I'm gonna get proper. Okay, let's try this again. I don't think there's another handprint, so the board must have moved. No contradiction here. The handprint itself, not where it's found. As Core can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is! The witness had put his hand against the board. The finger should be pointing upward.
What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
They're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. And tell the court who! I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, it can now be very clear on one point.
That would be...
the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Well, it must have been near the corpse, right? Because the guy is telling the truth, he was by the corpse.
Take that!
It was right here, my lord.
Goodness! No, I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic.
What?
But if he...
It was... But if it was near the body, and the guy said he fell, where the heck was the board? I don't get it. Let me look at the court record more. Okay. Well, the guy said it was near. He was by the corpse when he fell, but. Is it not there? I don't get it. That's... I still... Okay, maybe I clicked on the body. Because this is the only other place that makes sense. I think I clicked too close to the body.
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Okay, there we go.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
I clicked on the body too close, I think. Court think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body.
Bayek!
If the notice board would have been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. The light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words...
Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
I knocked the board over.
It's only then the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake.
'Cause it was me who kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan... Consider what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
The client's told nothing but the truth. Simply described what he saw.
Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. In the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say over yourself?
What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. Goes without saying that you must know something about position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You'll each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking at your glasses at me. I get the message. As long as you don't have to pay 6 pence for it.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. Swipe my hand off, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Just a sign of the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Maybe the gunshot was from...
So now if you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's a man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as his testimony shows, if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Okay. Okay. Mystery of the moving board. Let's ask. So you admit the board you wiped your... So you admit this is the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all see. Especially print my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you read the notice board and pushed it in the corner, did you? No, no. Imagine the weight of that great lump. I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man. Won't you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you. But even I have my limits. There's a body on the floor in front of me. Grim Reaper himself standing over it. No special little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point.
Yes, so it would seem.
Hold it!
You say you're doing business with them. You mean you're selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the private school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow the school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them that their teachers know what they've been up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, what do I want to get hurt? So let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, sometimes teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
This is a gal of a goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm never so good at it. Yeah?
Excuse me.
Beppo? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus' statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of her be lied too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but seeing me suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. I'll give you something to tremble about. Hey, you're threatening someone in a courtroom.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet innocent face, young lady.
So Miss Venus has lied in your testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burned in fire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Could you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. There was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. The rotten lie over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to see the crime after all?
What'd I tell you, eh? Sounds good telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did need to visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now that you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs of the room, yeah? You clearly remember or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you'll immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe you did.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright. But you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I'd look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place once over. There's nothing to write home about. Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the nose board by any chance, did you? Oh, please! As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So blast the flippin' thing. Sorry, flip the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board. I think I did slip out, didn't it? Well, you damn barn pot.
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. Oh, I meant the truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the noseboard, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you have. So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it. Gina?
Young lady, I'm right where you are.
That watch there. That's a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard. For a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come up a hub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was upset. Get me a right earful. Said yeah, I missed a day in the last 10 years. Polishing it and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jeb's that night to ask how much it was worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ah! I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swear before you try to get your grubby mitts on again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord! The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. Doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Well, it would appear the mystery of the moving notes board has been solved, at least.
As predicted, it had very little bearing on the case.
Now then, continue for cross-examination, please, counsel.
Let's take a look at that watch. Let's take a look at that watch. Let's take a look at that watch. Take a look at the watch. Oh, I've seen that shape before. I sure have. There's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, indeed, just the right key to wind it, I imagine. And I feel as though I've seen something. Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. If you wonder if we have the key, let's check carefully for what we've already found. Where's the little policeman? The hell, this starring policeman. Okay, yeah. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. It does work. I knew it. Perfect fit. And look, Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. Why is it, Mrs. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I feel like with profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. The watch does work. Alright. That's good to know. Keep pressing though.
Hold it!
But you did go see what happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street's my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what happened.
It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the nose board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family.
Oh boy.
So I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up our sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign of the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the nose board?
Hold it!
Got a face that screams bored. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now, don't tell me he's not noticed. Looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not nose boards, they're the one thing he likes. You can see in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. Never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared, I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you? You didn't take your eyes off the defendant. You should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the nose board. Aye, that I can. Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Could have missed it if he'd heaved the thing up right again, dragged it to the corner. Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? Feel your pain, Cosma.
Hold it!
It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose. The prosecution is to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So we can just find some problem with that part of their story. Maybe possible to change all our fates.
Of course not, that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
I'm not going to make the brave joke. How much to go on? As you point out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the nose board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Cosmo's right. It's not relevant to the case. That scene had been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. So I know what you mean. No doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. What else does the watch tell us, though? The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. Shame the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. As Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember he's a great detective, Miss Naruhodo, not an odd job man. Well, it's stuck at 5, that's for sure. You're stuck at 5. So he would have wound it probably right before 5 or something. Right? Oh, wait, hold on. He winds it every single day. Does that mean... Well, they're saying he died at 5. What if he didn't? The watch might show that? Yeah, he died when we heard the gunshot. But if he was already dead when Baron von Zieks got there, then he could have died at 5. And therefore, the watch isn't broken. So, it just wasn't wound. I'll try it. We were just given this thing, so unless think anything else that we can present, really. And I could present this. It goes off like a gunshot, but I don't think this is. I don't think we present it now. I think we present it later or something. Because we can't prove that it hadn't. We can't prove that. We have a better case of the watch than we do that.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. No! At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. Having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. See, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What?
Order! The council! The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock!
Yeah, which just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing, other than when it wound down. It's really a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
If that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection!
No, it doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years. Polished it and winded it. Meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, well, how do you explain it then? Summary. The evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What stopped a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer, that he was already dead. Oh boy.
Order! Order! Council has a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. The claim is already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's court would have overlooked something like that? Yes, because it doesn't say the time of the death on it. It doesn't say it at all. Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right.
Wait a minute! I forgot that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in!
What do you mean?
Like I said, planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. Catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
That blood can be explained in any number of ways. Could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood's available on every street corner? Ah! Well, it needn't be necessarily been human blood, of course. You've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. Present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Certainly a possibility of one of the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Is the fireworks? Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
That's not what we heard. We heard a loud bang that came from their room. No, you listen to me. A shriek tells you it's a livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all I can say with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Eh? Explain yourself then, Counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with the gun. No.
Take that!
Something like this. A culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious, the very fireworks are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute, you saying I did it? That pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. This score can now attest. Sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Ah! You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off of the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. Sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot. Please peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baron von Zeeks. What if a match and my fireworks will pop? He did smell gunpowder. That's why people like him.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I learned a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb!
It's a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly. A time device. Something that nature could have been planted at that scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that the time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
How do we prove that, actually? Would it be the watch again? Or the candle, maybe. Might be the candle. Because the gunshot... Yeah, there's scorch marks on the candle. So there couldn't be scorch marks on both Gregson and the candle with the same bullet.
Take that!
As Cora's already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. The gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes. But it's not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as I heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range. A matter of centimeters from the gun.
Ah!
Which means the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks.
How could that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or put another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers to the point partway down the candle. After the killer left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually ignited the fuse on the firecrackers, yelling aloud. We do also have no proof for this, which Cosmo is probably going to point out. That's how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot! This implies the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses. It's not here, saw the victim going in the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this.
Ah!
Obviously, anyone can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say...
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke, Naruhodo.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also know the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Order! Prosecutor Asugi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, you have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, what Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident?
Do you know?
The inspector always carried out investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented of so far, it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I sure do, I think. I do have a feeling about what case you might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Well, if you remember, on here, there's the Redhead League.
Take that!
I believe he was that.
Can't say I find your answer suggestive of anything particular. Other than perhaps that is utterly wrong. That much you have clarified most expertly.
What? Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Reserve reward for the expert display. Okay, do I present the wig then? Did you just draw Kuruma on me, my friend? A particular piece of evidence that really does stand showing the case Inspector Gregson was investigating. The music stopped, so I thought I was right. The game betrayed my trust. Do I just present the wig itself, then? I guess I just present the wig itself.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it's part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly covered hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Redhead League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is it such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, counsel?
They've been targeting redheaded men across all of London, tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for these 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Redhead League using this hairpiece. There's very likely a direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. It's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these two red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asagi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Man. To be continued. Need to do a very quick bathroom break. So I will be right back. Let's go to the BRB screen. BRB screen. And now we play music. Be back in a bit. Hello! I've returned. Okay. Let's continue, I think. That's what we're here to do, play video games. Let's continue playing video games. Okay. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. Sure what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by Revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? It's strange that there's no time of death noted. So there's a simple explanation. Perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. With Dr. Sith. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Dr. Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze! It was me what took him in. Thanks to the tip of my good, law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. It's gonna be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? How the Inspector had been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare set of weekly £4 income. Don't talk with the same brush as you, Sholmes! Yes, well, and there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Kazuma. Feels though he knew he'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Also, where's Van Zieks? Kazuma's determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. He's determined that I should take the defense. This was it he's hoping to make me see. I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Oh boy. Are you ready then, Mrs. Sato? Yes! Let's go. Ugh. I still don't know where this all's going. The Old Bailey courtroom. There he is. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed court hearing of Barak von Zieks, here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asugi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men in the courtroom. There they are. Oh my god. You're gonna make me hungry, game? These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm the third son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. So those who graduated from Tabisco as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Oh, making my mission to get the better of the world by blowing the little grey cells in my brain. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? There's the grand ideals with the petty plans. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, couple? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Eh? Che? Are you about to tell me with your grandy anecdotes? Eviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Chibello, there it is! The capo's trumpet card! The furrowed brow! It is deep, huh, Capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words?
The court has been led to believe that another banner of the Red-Headed League. You have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui,
What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Hello, I will explain it. No, Capo! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school we are teased for us that pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. Whereas those dogs, one day's the world respect his redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I'll explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yeah, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe. Entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, Zeka. I'm honored that you have seen it. Said that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And if you satisfy the interview panel or admit into the league, you receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, Fred had hopeful gather droves at a park specified in the advertisement. From each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And it was the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody's foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with redhead folk like a coaster's orange barrow. The day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more redheaded people in days than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any detail about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you'll now give your formal testimony for the court. The subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Oh my god, this game's gonna make me hungry. Specifically the guy on the right there. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. I don't recall the man in this photograph. Aye, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Aloha, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault since we got caught in the first place.
You've given sworn testimony this man in the photograph is not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. He'll be looking like a discount in the park. This I can promise.
Must be noted you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
With this attitude, we get to nowhere. He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. According to an entry for the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident, it reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park in the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed.
Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord. Okay, let's see here. It's sad seeing Cosmo's face on the other side there. Okay.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here is the Magnissimo Almaldi, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? That we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We taken their names and we taken the money. We taken their addresses as well. And I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post, a fino. Maybe 2 minutes to a person. We start early in the morning, we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. God.
Hold it!
Doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. This is a wig, eh? He's trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. Between them, they interview 1,000 people with red hair. It'd be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. Never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definitive, it seems. Hey, Capo? You didn't see a man like this, huh?
Hold it!
According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember a single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the redhead is very distinctive, eh? But when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, there's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, maybe then we would recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, you do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? There was a man with red hair piece, but his mustache did not match the color. So I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown the photograph, they'd been told nothing else at all. I've had them just one other detail about the victim. For example... Fish and chips! He always had the fish and chips! I certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Remember the man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. Would have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti! I love the spaghetti! Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo. Si. I say it again and again. Okay, let's try this again. Let's press again. Well, let's see what the other options are, because they would have put down his name regardless. And an address. His name. Certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man's a photograph. Is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they're boring. I do not listen to any of them. Oh. That was not a real interview, eh? It was just for a show. Why do I remember the names? That's right. Just changes nothing. The man's photograph is not there, as he felt he said. I see. It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Really? But you wrote down all their names! How could you not... Fine, I'll press the last two things, see if... Ugh. We only have your word for that. See, what else can we do, huh? True. Oofa! We're not having much of fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And I question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. I, Capo? No, you're caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Cavalier!
You promised not to say, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. The purchasing of the tickets was a ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it's an easy mistake to make, eh? The 1st or 31st? Oh, I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the book because of your stupidity. It's all because of this that the so-called Great Red-Headed Detective got us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the Book of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but it's time to eat all the pasta known as a faster. I've seen the evidence. Ugh. You haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. It's not even plausible their specialty. Maybe lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Did we get any new evidence, by the way? Okay. Well, the only thing I can think of is just getting the third option here.
Hold it!
Because I skipped over this because I thought we needed more information first. Maybe go back to this, though. Maybe we missed something. Certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. What if I told you that the man with the red hair piece was actually a detective? So man's a photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, this changes nothing. Yeah, Peppino?
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? Che? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What's the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. What?
Good lord!
That might have been Sholmes, but...
Order! Explain this volte-face of your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us, he was inspector. There was no such man. My Dave, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory of the meals. Like I said, when is the time to eat the pasta, no is the faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way. So shut up.
Objection.
Slam. Trumpetards, the damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. Took the obvious precaution, said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. I mean, yeah. Definitely. Why would he expose your identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? It became very annoying. He said, you're under investigation. That was definitely Sholmes. So took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. That's fantastico. Look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he is not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered in evidence. But I like them. This is almost certainly Mr. Sholmes. But let's check anyway. Let's open it up. Well, I suppose you see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. And it is... This definitely looks fake, doesn't it? How of interest. What name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's... Tobias Gregson? Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? The apartment identification number details are all correct as well. That's one of you known those. Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Uh-oh. But that's unbelievable. That's the real thing after all? Uh-oh. Whoa. Gregson? Gregson? What'd you do, pal? Has nothing to do with you, huh? But you took his identification, though.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's! No question about it! It can't be! As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Redhead League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. The law! Either that or, Sholmes stole it himself. Which doesn't make sense why he would. But if the boss has identification stolen, he'll have reported straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose someone, report at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Eh? What are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order! Order!
The defense posits he was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know a nothing! I done a nothing! Pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu, you could behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? I wish I had to return to Italia. So stop crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise, Lum, stop your whine, start talking! Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know nothing! I done nothing! But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. My God. You'll dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstance on which you came by them. For crying out loud. My God. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night on a secret hideout. And though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but he did no harm. So the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. My God, these guys. These guys. It's outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no. See, no. It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable, very calm, and happy. Aye, Capo? It wasn't ever part of my plan. I swear it. Oof, so, you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong? By one little a day? Do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo. It's not fair. You should have plenty of time for squabbling back in the prison, gentlemen. Oof, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel of the defense, proceed the cross-examination. On the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Oh boy. This is okay, Allie.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective's not intended to either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first time first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. How about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park at Lime Street. We went to the place for 2 days. It was inspired by the capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive. Inspired. Aye, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, huh, Peppino? It was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? You have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. It wasn't quite added up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there'd have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right. But we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared. Why? Because! Why, he had to come to the park. He didn't know. There's a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. He was just a feigning to me, Inspector. He was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt, huh? I think most people would agree that you two are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Aye, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, ask myself the same question. We're writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said. What's the address? It startled me. See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. What? They probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. Just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say it was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. Took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did it! We did it! God. Oh, boy. I think this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one! What made you believe that it was a forgery? Never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious as a man. Lord, I was thinking, must be false so. Aye, Capo? We, just as Peppino had said, we were convinced it was not genuine. So together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Said we made preparations to transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
Tussle, eh? What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The falsehood inspector's a real piece of the work. Aye, Capo? What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room. What is he to do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator door. Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sûr. We got him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught Olive again and took him back to the room. Yeah?
Excuse me.
You got some sauce on your... Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Aye! Me? Something Mr. De Russo said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strange than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo! Times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. I'm speaking from a personal experience here. Personal experience? Is that enough, Peppino? There's no need to say no more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan to action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but tried to run away. It's a shame he didn't manage it. But the capo here came after me like a turbine, huh? He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, hi, capo? Bruises, you say? You want to see my fantastical bruises? Oh, there's a bruise around his neck. That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did I do, huh? I show you I don't. I show you I don't. You do. Now. Hello, if everyone wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see? Still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the couple sometimes is very rough, and as I said, that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what you're talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, counsel? About this red ring around Mr. Rossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? Well, the answer is never wait and see. His neck looks fine to me. Mr. De Rossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark around your neck. Hi, Capo. You see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Very well. You'll amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really want to know. I don't think that's true. Because he doesn't have a ring around his neck now, does he?
Objection.
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito? No, it's not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, counsel? Ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. you'll see there's no red ring visible around his neck. Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Yeah, the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck. I expect to see bruising on the victim who's put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that's most peculiar.
But will you tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning. Many times. Peppino's right. The man's photograph is someone different than the man we held captives that night. But then this person stole Gregson's identification.
Order!
It would appear, then, that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? It's a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. Prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Redhead League in his diary for that day. It surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency known by the defense is most troubling. For the real Inspector Gregson of these two redhead gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encounter an imposter, how that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Miss Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. Now, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Oh, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Redhead League's enrollment is about information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Miss Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly is this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi? I think it's an imposter. Let's take a look at the court record. Look at the people. He's clean-shaven, first off. Probably wasn't him. Uh-oh. I noticed a little red ring around his neck. Uh-oh. Yes, yeah, that's the same red ring. Like, exactly texture-wise. It seems incredible, I admit. Undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person these two red-headed men took to prison that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question is immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right! We tell the same story every time. Who this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to the post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino! I wasn't so harsh as you say, huh? So who is that to follow so, Inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
Must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing Inspector Gregson?
Believe it's Mr. Gossip.
Take that!
Goodness me! Isn't that...
one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man, whose whole occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth are the streets ought to be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, this man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man's not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League. No? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Eh?
What? Defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Uh-oh.
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom, immediately!
Oh, man. There he is. There he is! That's identical.
Well, I never! An undeniable ring of bruising indeed! Identical to that of the witness beside him!
Know what's going on here, eh? I've always had this meat. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Something about Inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me for all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. Rousseau, Mr. Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in bigger trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
Okay. The man who claims to be inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see? I think we don't forget those grand lips, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, aight? I'm known as a redhead league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why'd I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise in the face like this?
It certainly appears that we have the wrong man.
But I've been telling you, huh? So there's no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. Just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How'd I have come by? A police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Ugh. Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfast to your side as always, Miss Naruhodo. Alright.
Hold it!
Suspicious. So you say, but how could we be quite so certain? There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I've never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. Looks very much like the behind of the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu! With your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck.
Does look very much like a my neck, though, eh?
No, this is a birthmark, lad.
The biggest lips in London and to die for. They broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before. Oui, Saka. I swear to by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, huh? Has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That's what I was saying. For some reason it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here in Fresno Street. I've never left. Oof, that's the problem, see? So definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. How many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So, you heard the Redhead League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town.
So I tasted a little timber to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, even got sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows?
As you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off some of the other parts of town.
Is that so?
So, not likely.
Yeah?
Excuse me.
Mr. Rousseau.
Ugh! Ah! Oui? Can I help you?
Mr. Gotz's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. Small house or something. The headquarters of your Redheaded League, yes?
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent? Oui.
He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no! You're mistaken, chum! I've never let Fresno Street me, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo's right. I remember it too. It was a paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes? But like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. Just looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this a man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! He owned the house. Peddler tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Objection.
That's the man what owns the house. Sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case.
Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asugi?
As it happens, my lord, that the particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone? The name of the leaseholder of the room! Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room.
I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case, huh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Just between us, I could blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen-down backstreet townhouse. You do? Once every 6 months, go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Aye? If either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as anyone else is concerned. No fuss.
That's perjury, my friend.
We'll update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone.
If I must.
Leaseholder Scotland Yard been looking for it since the body's discovered. It's been here under our noses all along.
So he owns the room. What difference does it make? What's in the room? What's in the room that makes it relevant? Gregson's pocket watch? Yeah, anything Gregson had on him, isn't it? This is weird, but it could also mean nothing. In this specific instance. This... Nope. The candle... Wait a minute. That is weird. Why do you have a photo of this woman? Uh-oh. Oh no, something's going on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Objection!
That last statement was... Wait, what? Was that the wrong statement? Was that the wrong statement? That was probably the wrong statement. God dang it. Okay, let's find the right statement to press it on. Y'all own the world. Okay. This is probably the statement. I'll press it first just in case, though. I mean, you have no family? Nope, not at all. Spent my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerby. Hope and just between us, this is... that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's a fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, you're at an impasse. There's nothing I can do but flick my lip. Looks like I'm not gonna get anywhere here, unless I can produce some proof. Basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me, I think I could do that. Okay, I think that's the statement where you do it. If you have no kinfolk, why do you have this photo on your desk?
Objection!
If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings, you found this photograph in the room? Ah! I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it all alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life has no bearing on this case. It's simply not possible to impersonate Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Woof. He's currently wearing a disguise. Woof, this is his disguise.
Objection!
Uh-oh. What if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. Consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? I have an idea of who he is, and this is... Ooh, this is awkward. Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from the court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this pet logo simply by name of gossip on the street? I think it may very well be Mr. Daily Vigil, who just disappeared recently, huh?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yeah! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? His name I counted yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you hadn't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Of course, on that night, you're being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Has been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich are all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we can find you, of course. That explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, you'll hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All I have to do is pull off that disguise. No! Please! Bailiff! Bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once! Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness! Oui, my lord! See, my lord! Got him! Ah! No, stop! Get off! Please! Don't! Uh-oh. Yep. It's him. But why, though? But why, though? Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. It's all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, this is a no question. This is the inspector that we saw in the park. Extraordinary. Oh boy. On the day of the Redhead League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector, no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil's formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. You were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is... the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Oh boy. What? How is this all connected? As you say, it was around 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. Desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know my failings, so I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone. I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Wait, so your wife has not once come to work to see you? In all those years? You think she would? Whatever. See the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back at VV to get 5 into a well-dressed man in town before returning home. It became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece. Couldn't hope to match his salary. He must have commanded as chief ward of the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
Oh?
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boo and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim is an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I had become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him?
Uh-oh.
We all met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit all cease tomorrow, take a statement from the proprietress.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A scholar inspector willing to relinquish your identification in your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker. Oh?
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Came serving a second office for him. So that's why the papers were there. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson of the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I moved my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the instructor's identification books. Never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. So this is what Van Zieks was investigating for, then. He was on to Gregson doing this. But we still don't know how he died. Like, who killed him? Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asagi.
My learned friend's assertion is as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two Red-Headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no! That can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me! Oh goodness! Finally, we have clarity. We've had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Defense, for proving it. Uh-oh. Yeah, this does kinda... Uh-oh.
Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Well...
Hold it!
Oh? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
Concerns the events of 10 years ago.
believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago. The execution of the professor. Genshinasugi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh,
Answer me, man. One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It's the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, Counsel?
Kazuma. You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago. But tell the tales of Genshinasugi's last moments. His own father.
I know, I do understand that. Even so...
Prosecutor Asugi.
Do you genuinely believe
That this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten. I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Well, 10 years is a long time. But I've forgotten the reason why you left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. Not only that,
Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
the human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I really don't understand what you mean.
You experience pain and suffering and feel unable to bear. We block it out, obliterate from our memories, sealed away. But never truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. When they do, the fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't... Kazuma-sama...
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another.
Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. You need to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps by pointing out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Oh god.
Do we?
I assume the evidence is the dismissal notice. The decision in these games has never been to just leave it. It's never been to just leave it. Obviously. I have no idea how this is gonna go. This is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. And it clearly contradicts your version of events. Oh my god? Aiding and abetting the escape of the prison of convict? He was gonna let him go! Why did I not look at this before?
Take that!
Why didn't I look at that before? That's really important. Just a few moments ago, he made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief order of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. It's a dismissal notice, ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Uh-oh. Isn't it? If you're forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, the execution never took place. The convict is said to be executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? The cemetery in the middle of the night. There's a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. But yes. Seeing as you're in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. Now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison, it was completely chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood, lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain if the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. But even a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. was called to the governor's office at the top of the Watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business. But I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of eh? Well, it seems the fellow at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You'll attend in person.
Oh god, as soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape, and finished my life. It's over. Oh man. He screamed. Oh. Okay.
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once!
Oh god.
Court's adjourned for day with immediate effect!
Oh boy.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past.
Jesus.
But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh my god. Whew. Well. I think we're gonna stop here today. Investigation Part 2. Oh boy. Well, I think that's gonna be it for today. Alright. Well, that'll do it. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay. Well. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. I don't know what else to say. There's a lot, this game. This is why I keep streaming this game and nothing else. Because, like, I'm too invested in the story to do anything else. I do have another stream idea planned, but that's probably for after this is finished or something. I don't know. I've been enjoying this, though. It's been really fun for me. Hope you have a good rest of your day, everyone. I will see you guys next time. Goodbye.